Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Mwendwa from Pathways Technologies, and I'm here with my colleague, Michelle Aluoch. I can see we also have the team from Microsoft, that is Najib and Samuel, and also the team from OUK, Dan and Violet. So, Dan, you can advise how many more minutes your team will need so that we proceed. Thank you.
We could just give them good morning. Sorry, good morning, Thomas. We just had a couple of activities happening today, but we could have probably 3 minutes or 5 minutes because I'm also mobilizing them from my side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thomas, I suggest we proceed now. Good morning, colleagues who have joined. Thomas, you can proceed, then the rest will be joining us as we move on. Then also remember to record the session so that we can share the link to them.
Okay, thank you so much. So good morning once again. My name is Thomas from Pathways Technologies, and I'm here with my colleague Michelle. And I'd like to welcome the team from Microsoft for them to take us through the AI for research productivity training. And yeah, we'll pick it up from there. So Samuel and Najib, you can take it up from there. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. We can hear you. Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thanks so much for making time to join this call today. And thanks for the organizers, Thomas and the team, for the amazing work that you're doing with the faculty members and also with the other experts who are working within this space to try and see how do we make the best and prepare ourselves for the AI work. And so without much further ado, my name is Sam. I'm a researcher with Microsoft research team here in Nairobi, Kenya. And I'm joined by my colleague, Anajib, who is going to take us predominantly through the rest of the presentation. And so, well, Najib, please take over. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I think before we start, I think we need to have like a little pulse check. Once we are done with the pulse check, then the presentation will start. So let me check. Just give me a minute. I'm sharing my screen. Just give me a little minute. Sorry, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
With the Mentimeter? Okay, so what I would want you to do is just log into your system or your mobile phone. Just go to this menti.com, menti.com. You will be prompted to put this code 62681665. Thank you. You can scan the barcode or you just go to menti.com, then put 62681665. I can see that 2 people joined and only 1 person responded. So far 5 people joined, but only 1 person was able to respond. So some of the response revolves around concept formation and objectives, proposal/protocol developments, literature review, literature review, literature review, I can see certain people, only 9 were able to join. So literature review seems to be the biggest pain point here. So maybe we could have another session to do a walkthrough with regard to this literature review. Then we have data analysis, interesting. Okay, one more. So far we have 13 people and 9 joined. For those who are struggling, just you use the barcode, scan this barcode, or you put menti.com, then you put 62681665. Simulation/practicals. So we are basically trying to surface pain points in research activities. Findings presentation. Okay, we have to move a little because like around 9 people were able to respond. So this one has to do with a simple question. Which AI tools have you used or heard of? Is it Copilot in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Copilot in Teams, ChatGPT, Gemini, Cloud, Microsoft Copilot agent like Research Analyst, GitHub Copilot, CLI? No, this is all new to me. So we have 17 people in the room, only 11 joined. So please, if you just join, we are just having a pulse check. Please scan the barcode to join the Mentimeter activity. What you need to do is just go to your browser, put menti.com. You will be prompted to put the code, then put 62681665. So here we have like 50% either use or heard of ChatGPT, Gemini, 10% Copilot in Teams, 30% Copilot in Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and 10% Microsoft Copilot agent or research analysts. So let's see as additional 4 people join. So please give us your thoughts. Impressive. We have somebody using GitHub Copilot, 7%. So one more response, then we'll go. At least we have 14 out of 17 people joining the Mentimeter. One more response. If you are still struggling to join, just scan the barcode or put menti.com, then you will be prompted to put this code 62681665. Okay, we are still waiting, but let's move. Let's go to the last one. Oh my God, we still have one. I double click, just forgive me, please. Okay, here is the last one. How confident are you using AI in your research right now? How confident are you using AI in your research right now? This is the last question, then we continue with the main presentation. Tried it a few times, still figuring it out, use it regularly and trust my process, use it occasionally, getting comfortable. Tried it a few times, still figuring it out, use it regularly and trust my process. Impressive. Never tried, not sure where to start. Excellent. So out of the 18 people, only 14 joined. And out of this 14, 12 were able to provide response. Can we get more response, please? How confident are you using AI in your research right now? How confident are you using your AI right now? Okay. So thank you so much for your feedback. This is just a poll check. Let me just give me a minute to share my screen. Okay, please give me a thumbs up if you are able to see my screen. Please give me a thumbs up if you're able to see my screen. Sorry, I can't see whether you are giving me a thumbs up. Samuel or any other person, can you speak, please? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
We can see
Yeah,
your
we can
screen.
see your screen.
Okay, thank you. So our work is to showcase different AI tools and how we are using these tools in practice to enact our research activities. So on behalf of our team, Samuel and I, this we are going to have, like, we started with first check, and we are just going to show some of the typical research cycle. Then we map that research cycle to the existing tools and potentially surpass some of the limitation and responsible AI used. Then we will have a little demo, then question and answer session. This is how we intend to carry this. So now talking about research basis, I think we can all agree that this is a typical research base. It may not be like everything must be there, but typically these are some of the things when each and every one of you in your respective fields is undertaking research. So something starts with ideation, literature discovery, and research design and planning, data collection, data cleaning and preparation, then analysis, depending on the research discipline. Maybe it might be mixed method or quantitative or qualitative, the writing and dissemination, and one other thing is project management and collaboration. This is typical research phase. So at each phase, there is now an AI capability that didn't exist some years ago that we can do. So let us do a AI tools walkthrough and map these tools to all of this. So this is how I intend to share some ecology of AI tools with regard to available tools we have at Microsoft. I will speak to other AI tools, not necessarily Microsoft tools. But for those who are familiar with our productivity suites like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, the native ones, these are the native productivity suites from Microsoft. But whoever is now using Microsoft Enterprise version will understand that in each tool, in each of these tools, Copilot is embedded. Either it's in Word, in Excel, it's in PowerPoint, whether it is in Outlook or on a SharePoint. If you are organization is using PowerPoint, you realize that Copilot sits in every native tools we have. That is one. So basically, this one, the AI tools is used in our system. We are going to take a deep dive about that. Number two, when we talk about Workspace AI, the collaborative platform, the Workspace we use every day, that is our office. That is Teams. So in Teams, AI tool is also embedded as a collaborator. We are coming to that. So this is a second layer that AI tool is embedded in our tools, and we use all this for our research activities. Another layer has to do with agentic AI, where AI agents sit either in the workspace or independently. So you have different AI agents. Specific to this forum is like we have something to do with the researcher agents, and there is agent and the custom agent, where you develop the agent based on your specific needs and make it even autonomous to do a lot of crazy things in your research endeavors. So we are coming to do a little deep dive for this. Then another layer has to do with this GitHub Copilot's command line interface, where you can do a lot of things with this. These are some of the layers of AI tools embedded in our products. And you can see each one has its main purpose. For example, when you are looking at native products, productivity tools, these AI tools are there to help to assist. For Workspace, that one you can do to collaborate and do your research activities. And for agentic AI, you can delegate some of the tasks while you supervise what this agent is doing. Then for GitHub Copilot, you can even do a vibe coding. You have a chat and ask it to do crediting for you in your research activity. So let's take let's take a little look at what the native productivity tools. Samuel will be able to, once I'm done with this walkthrough, Samuel will be able to open his computer just to show us where Microsoft Word, this AI tools is embedded, Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint, just to see how it is work in practice test. So AI now built into the apps you use daily. You don't need to install anything new. For example, you can use this Microsoft Word as a researcher to draft, to write, to summarize, and transform even images. For Excel, you can analyze, you can visualize, you can clean, you can generate formulas. And PowerPoint, you can generate slide and design. You have a design assistant. And Microsoft Outlook, you can draft replies, summarize it, or prioritize some aspect of your work by asking the co-pilots to give you the most urgent and impactful from your mails. So some of the capabilities, when you look at Microsoft Word plus AI, the capabilities in the research application ecosystem is like you can be able to summarize long texts. Please forgive me, I think there is an engineering work close to me, and I wanted to go directly to office, but there is this work from home. So you need to forgive me for that. So for the capabilities embedded in Microsoft Word, you can summarize long text. This can be, you can condense 20-page paper into key arguments. You can write, and it can help you change the tone. You can adjust draft from rough note to journal ready. You can write, you have like a 200 word abstracts and method and finding. You can also produce interview guides from research objectives. You have your research objectives, and you can use Microsoft Word to assist you to generate research objective based on the aims and objective and see on whether this is something that captures your intent. And you can do a lot of really things with Microsoft Word. Moving into Excel, for your research application, there are a lot of capabilities of automating your tasks, like flag rows where H is blank or above 120. You are interested in finding key trends in the data set. You are interested in creating visualization, comparing scores across groups. You will be able to even ask this tool to help you highlight anomalies in the income column or convert all days to different date formats. So the AI in Microsoft as a researcher can also help you to do all this. Now coming to PowerPoint and Outlook, there are so many capabilities that can come from that. You can generate slides, you can design suggestion, you can draft replies, you can summarize thread, you can schedule follow-up. All this can culminate into paper conference presentation, having professional layout. Even if you don't have design skills, you can be able to draft quick response to collaborators, catch up on emails, and a lot of things to do with that. So for the native application, something to do with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, and all this, there are some caveats I wanted you to know that primarily on what is in front of it, your document, your spreadsheet, your email. It doesn't access academic database such as Scopus, PubMed, Web of Science. It doesn't verify facts or check sources for accuracy. It only works on the document available to it. Even when it can reach the web, it cannot access paywall or institutional content. So if it writes a citation, check if it exists. If it states a fact, verify the source. That is limitation for the first layer of our AI tools. Now coming to Microsoft Teams Plus, the embedded AI, some of the capabilities that it does well is it can auto-transcribe meetings. Recently, we had this focus group discussion with 5 cultural groups related to Hausa in Nigeria, Luo and Kikuyu in Kenya, Isikosa in South Africa, it's in Ghana, we call it in Ghana or something, from Mozambique. So all of us were sitting at the comfort of their rooms and conducting this focus group discussion. And while we were doing, we didn't rely on dictaphone or any other thing. Our AI tool, transcription tool that we are currently using now, is capturing every word. And one thing that really surprises me a lot has to do with the Shingana people. Most of them were speaking in their native language, and this thing is translating and transcribing at the same time. So all we need was, when we were trying to analyze the data, was to take the transcript and provide label to each participant. For example, we said P1, P2, P3, P4, so that we anonymized the name of the participant, and 3 of us are moderators, and so we label ourselves as M1, M2, M3. So that is one of the really thing. I could remember, like when I was doing my research work, I was doing my interview, and that interview was in those days dual Skype. In those Skype, I have to use dictaphone to copy that, and when I copy that, the audio, then there was this audio transcript accessory from Harvard University that made it open source. So I have to use that in order for me to transcribe my interview. It has taken me a long time before completed the transcription exercise. With Microsoft Teams, the meeting recording will be able to capture things like recording of focus group discussion, supervisory meetings, and all other things. And it can also be able to give you meeting summaries. For example, if some of you contributed to this meeting, one of the good things with Microsoft Teams, you can ask the AI tools to give you, to summarize every mention of your name. It can summarize things the way you want. So that is meeting summaries, and you can do catch up, and you can chat it to give you a lot of structured information from that. And it's a collaborative channel. So it is really an amazing tools to use in your research. Now, talking to AI agents. So now, not only using AI for natural language processing interface charts, now there are a lot of agents available. For example, in Microsoft, we have research agents and we have analysts. And these are agents that are native to the teams. So you can have it there, and you can create your own agent. You can build your own agent to do whatever it wants. So the difference between Copilot in our apps and the agent that sits in our workspace like Teams or independently, Copilot in app, you ask, it responds. For agent, you delegate it to do work, it works, and you review it. Copilot is one step at a time, but agent can do a lot of multi-step reasoning. AI Copilot may be in one document, can work with one document, but agent can have multiple sources of files that can do your research. Agent Copilot live in your drive, you drive it, but the agent, it drives with your oversight. This is the AI agent. So we have different available agents on our application. For example, you have a researcher. It can do like a lot of multi-step synthesis of your interviews, of your data, a lot of things to do with your research. And it can do literature maps, gaps analysis, semantic synthesis. And you have an analyst that do data profiling and patterns, data set exploration, trend anomalies. And you have a custom studio where you build your own agents that can do ethics drafting, coding assistant, can format a lot of things. That is for the available agents. So we have two main agents like researcher and analysts. I'm speaking specifically for research. There are a lot of agents sitting in the in our, if you are using enterprise version of Teams, you will have them embedded there. And custom studio, people are doing a lot of crazy things. People are doing a lot of crazy. You build your agents, and somewhere else, even some moments before I came, I have seen another agent built by another organization that can do end-to-end research. All you need to do is to provide like a file, a markdown file to the agent, telling it about your research objective. You tell it if you have the hypothesis, tell it the context, and sometimes they say you don't need even to provide the research questions. When you have the objective and everything, you give them, then you provide the data. The agent will do everything end to end. I think they call it adaptation. It's an external link, and they build this they built this agent. So it can do a lot of things to do with research, but it depends on what kind of research you are doing and which type of outlets you are going to publish your research. And I know you can talk about a lot of, can this autonomous agent did the way human can do? There are a lot of debate about that. We can talk about that later. So this is available agent, custom agent. And now let's talk about custom agent research scenarios. You can do literature screening. You can classify abstract and ask it to include, exclude, or maybe for literature, you can do ethics drafter, you can do data quality monitor, you can do semantic, you can build a semantic coding assistant, you can create citation formatter, you can do a lot. So every pieces related to literature, design, cleaning, analysis, writing, and management, you can build all this custom agent to help you go through that. So one of the most interesting thing that is coming from Microsoft is GitHub Copilot's command line interface. It's the frontier model of our research, and it is really interesting to me. Why I'm telling you this? One, for me, I am an ethnographic researcher. So I don't do coding. We have engineers that do the coding and everything. I do an ethnographic research. So since I moved to Microsoft, I do ethnographic research, and I didn't do that. By the time we were encouraged to start using this tool, GitHub Copilot, I was so skeptical, saying, okay, I don't do coding. Why should I start using this command line interface for GitHub Copilot? Then I said, okay, one of the things with Microsoft is you have what we call growth mindsets. So let me start trying and see what is going to happen to it. I swear to God, on the day I started experimenting with GitHub Copilot, I spent more than 6 hours with my curiosity. Because it is just like a byte coding. You don't need to do the code. You just tell it what you want, and you keep iterating, and it will give you. For example, on that day, I built a literature review agent, and I have seen that in the first check we had, some of the struggle, some of you spending a lot of time has to do with literature review. And like I said, okay, I started with this thinking, okay, because one of the main problem of AI is hallucination, fabricated. It will take something. And so I wanted to do something like retrieval augmented generation, this run thing, so that it only pick from the literature sources I gave it, nowhere. Just like when you are using Notebook LM, for some of you who are using Google Notebook LM, you realize that it is using a RAG model. So you can have like 30 papers in a paper in that panel. Then you can keep asking about commonalities among these 30 papers. What are some differences among that 30 papers? What are some controversies? What are something that implicitly is coming up from that papers that has not been discovered? You can do all these questions. You can ask all these questions from Notebook LM. So I wanted to build an agent using GitHub Copilot that can do this kind of thing. And like I started something like, okay, I keep asking it, how can I do this? This is the process I'm interested. I want to have a folder where I have all the papers I have. Then one of the things I wanted is like, I want that agent to go through that, but I don't want it to give me anything outside that that papers I do. And it does a lot of stress testing to make sure that every idea it brings, it gives me specific paragraph on that specific paper to make sure that claim was really good. And I was able to build that. And when I asked it to do for 12 papers for cultural alignment paper I was working on, because I did that before I discovered GitHub Copilot. And when I did it, and it was like, okay, there is a considerable convergence between what I have put in my notes and what the GitHub Copilot. So it really raised the bar of confidence to me. And but you should understand that still the gatekeeping lies on me, even if the AI gives me all this. So that one, I was able to develop, to create an agent that is literature review agent. And I wanted it to give me like critical synthesis, to give me something deep down. I need an in-depth, rigorous analysis, and it does a lot of things. To me, I was really happy with that. And I even asked it to build me, because I do a lot of workshop training. I asked it to build a workshop agent, so that it makes my work easier when I'm building a new workshop. It built that, and I really like this GitHub Copilot. And I was even using it out of research. For example, I use it to build a website. I can share with you while Samuel is doing the walkthrough. I can share with you some of these things just for you to go and see without a single code. I was able to develop my personal website. I was able to develop. I was able to. I did some workshop with other people, and I developed a report that you will say this is McKinsey, or this is McKinsey level analysis from the workshop I have, and I put it in HTML. So it did a lot of things, and we use it a lot at Microsoft for our research and across every research base, for literature review, for data analysis, for building code, and a lot of things there. And so this GitHub Copilot can help you around this research basis, research, literature design, including quantitative, qualitative, and it can help you when you have your draft to improve the clarity, coherence of your writing, so that it corrects grammars, all this kind of thing. So it can do a lot of things. So coming to other tools, some people will say, okay, it seems like you are so much focused on Microsoft tools. Yeah, I do Microsoft tools, and one thing is Microsoft give us the liberty to also experiment with other tools. So for literature review, I think some of you are using Elicit to suppress a lot of things. Semantic Scholar is good. Connected Papers. I started using connected papers even before the boom of generative AI, I think. Deep down around 2020. Yeah, I started using connected papers. Perplexity. And I started using SciSpace. And SciSpace is doing a lot of wonderful things. And they have agents that can help you to do a lot of literature review. So my top two, I think, is SciSpace and connected papers. But Elicit is good, Semantic Scholar is good. There are a lot of others, but you can just try and see which one helps you. Then for data collection, you can use OTA, Descript, Qualtrics. But if you really have an enterprise version of Microsoft Teams, I don't think you require all this, because you still need to pay money, and Microsoft Teams can do all this. And one thing I like with Microsoft Teams, on top of transcription, there is even another AI tool called Facilitator that can even facilitate your meeting, that can guide you, that can keep giving you summary across the research. Data cleaning, you can use ChatGPT Code Interpreter. I have never used it or open fine, but people are using it. I have seen a lot of my friends using it. What I have from Microsoft is really good enough for my data cleaning. Quantitative analysis, there are ChatGPT code interpreter can do, Jamobi Julius AI can do, qualitative Atlas TI, Invivo AI Cloud, Delp AI, and there is hair mapping. We are using hair mapping for qualitative analysis, and I used Atlas TI previously and Invivo, but I didn't use Invivo AI. But honestly speaking, since I discovered Microsoft Copilots, YouTube Copilot CLI, I was skeptical in even using hair mapping because hair mapping was one of the best software for my qualitative work. But to be honest, for now, I will prefer using GitHub Copilot because of some of the things it does to me in terms of qualitative research analysis I'm doing. So writing paper file, write full size space, gamma, you can have all this. Size space even have this what they call AI plagiarism checker, but I know it is there is a lot of controversy with AI plagiarism checking, but it has. But just to tell you how I used SciSpace in those years, seriously. Then citations, you can use Zotero, AI plugin, Research Rabbit, Mendeley. I'm using Mendeley for my work. So these are some of the available tools in terms of research and something that can add to your productivity. So I'm not sure, Samuel, are you able to go through to show us these native tools to open Microsoft Word to show where these tools are embedded? Then you go to this Teams, show us where we have available agents sitting so that people can see where they are. Are you with us, Sam?
If I'm here, but I'm still, like I mentioned, I'm trying to get better Wi-Fi from where I am. So sharing my screen will kick me out. But I'm trying to look into that. But I wanted to maybe take 2 minutes to sort of walk through. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear. We can hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, like to walk to.
Although if Samuel, you could move closer to your microphone, that would be much better.
Okay.
Like he dropped somewhere.
No, it's better.
Yeah, better.
Better.
Mm.
Hello, it's better now.
Yes, much better.
Okay, maybe Najib, you can give me 3 minutes. I see if I can switch my headphones or maybe restart.
So before you let me go to some of the slides because we have 30 minutes. I think we are stopping by 10:30. So before you switch, let me just do something. Once you are ready, just let me know, then I stop. So limitation and responsible AI. I think it is not about using AI tools. In academic research, there are a lot of responsibilities. So we should be aware on using AI comes with a lot of responsibilities and risk. And so we should be careful. There are a lot of things that happens about hallucinated citations. This thing can generate something if you are not using a RAG-related literature tools or something. It can bring in some of the citations that are not there, and it can put you into trouble. If you are reading Retraction Watch, you will see a lot of things coming up because people don't really do that gatekeeping. Another thing has to do with analytical bias. Yesterday, I was reading a paper. Somebody was telling me, and I read someone post on Facebook saying he came back from a medical AI conference and somebody shared a paper that is on archive. I will get that paper. I read it also. He was saying there was this research from Harvard University where the level of the level of bias is coming up. They give different experiment to these AI tools. I didn't know the tools they were using. Okay, they said they use 5 different models. And in one model, somebody will say he's a Harvard professor from so. Somebody, he said he's a farmer from Africa. The other said he will say from something from Asia. And they give the same prompt to do some analysis. And these AI tools, according to what my friend was telling me, I have to go and read the paper for me to. I even saved the argument. If you want, I can send you what he wrote on Facebook. You can read because it is public. So he said, if you are a Harvard professor living in a Western educated, rich, industrialized, this weird nation, the quality of response really depends from the response it will give you for a farmer living in Africa and from an Asian guy living in Malaysia or something of that nature. So there is this kind of bias we need to really think through about it. And there is this data privacy. You really need not to take people names, personally identified informations, or if you are the grants, the person giving you or the organization giving you grants says you can't use commercial LLM. So there is so much that risk. But for example, if you are using enterprise version, for example, Microsoft enterprise version, your data will not leave that environment you are operating with. So there is difference between using an enterprise version and free version about that. So data privacy is really, really important. And there is issue of over-reliance, the issue of descaling, and a challenge of reproducibility, where you will use these tools and you will be asked to see on whether it can be reproduced using the same step you have taken, because every prompt and every person given different same prompt to a machine may definitely or may potentially provide different output. But what you need to do when it comes to reproducibility, make sure you safeguard all the prompt you use and the step you have taken, so that in case the journal or any other person was looking to reproduce the approach. So these are some of the challenges. And I think we will do a demo, but I will hand over to Samuel first. Then we can do a demo for that. Thank you so much. Samuel, please, are you available?
Yes, I hope now you can hear me.
Yes. Let me stop sharing, then you can share.
I would share yet. There's something I'm still trying to sort out. Like I mentioned, I was trying to look for better Wi-Fi. Okay. Right. I think what I really want to share is it sort of overlaps with some of the things Najib has talked about, and also based on my experiences. So I'm a quantitative researcher. So like you've had Najib talking about his experience as a qualitative researcher. So mine, I'm coming from a point of view of a quantitative researcher. And what I really want to highlight is that even on quantitative research, there are things, and there are things that we could still use research. And so I'll start a bit with which I'll call an advisory that I think all of us we are well aware of, which is the fact that, like Najib has mentioned, in Microsoft, the main tool that does anything AI related is called a copilot. And there's a reason for that, in the sense that we as researchers, we are still the pilots. We are still the ones spearheading the research. And I still hold on to this old school perception of, look, I am the researcher. Now, what does this mean based on what we know and according to what Najib has walked us through as the capabilities of AI? So I look at this, the tools, and I'm going to be very generic about these initially. And after Najib's demo, then I'll come back to maybe demonstrating something briefly. But based on the capabilities of these AI tools, whether they're agents or they're just a classical AI tools, is I look at this as an assistant, but spanning from a junior research assistant to even a professor level. So I want us to think of this as using these tools with the perception that, look, they have their shortcomings. There are things they can help you on or with, but I'm still the main researcher. And from our experiences, even as researchers, I think we all have this perception or this experience that even if you're having, so like in an academic setting, like if you're doing your doctorate, it's usually a very interesting journey because at the beginning phase of it, your professor actually knows, let me use the word, more than you know in your that particular research topic. But as you progress in the research work, you become the expert. And actually, what the professor is there to do, who is the PhD supervisor, is there to do is actually to provide some guardrails to prevent you from going off because he still has this experience, even if it's not in that very narrow area of research interest at that particular point, but it still has this general feel of, based on my experience as a researcher, these things are a bit off. And so I want us, even as we use these tools, to have that healthy skepticism and also optimism, even as we use these particular tools. Now, let me talk briefly through something that I would say, and I'm using this as a way to share my experiences and my knowledge. And these experiences are agnostic to any tool. And I'm talking about this as a quantitative researcher. And so this is something that happened about 2 weeks ago. And we had some meeting somewhere with our heads, and one of the challenges was, okay, we want to look at some research problem that is based on language and the shortcomings of language models within the African context. Then from there, we contextualized it to agriculture, right? So keep in mind the layers that are involved. So it's a problem to do with language. And so we had some speech data, which are what we call transcripts. And then the next level was like, okay, then we sort of zoom it down a little bit to a specific domain, which is agriculture. And then the partners that we are having, they shared some of the transcripts that they have. Now, this sounds a bit interesting for us when I talk about transcripts, which is really like conversations, like your WhatsApp conversations. And I'm a quantitative researcher. And so, of course, someone may be like, is this not qualitative research? And the answer is both yes and no. The reason why it's no is because from the AI tools and the capabilities of the models that exist, it's possible to transform a problem that looks qualitative to a problem that is quantitative. And so what I did, because there were those initial research questions and they had some initial data, the question was, okay, I need to develop a project plan and a project outline of, let's say, the next let's say 6 months. My mind was 6 months. But then I looked at the research question and I decided, wait, some of these questions, I sort of have an idea of what this could be. Again, this is based on my experience. And so I was like, wait, before I even proceed, what does the data tell me? And so this led me to asking myself, what exploratory data analysis can I do? Right? And the beauty of these whole tools that exist, again, using them with healthy skepticism and optimism. So you have to find that balance of like, let me try and understand this particular data set. And so I did a number of iterations. And then from there, I picked back to the original research questions. And the reason I'm giving this journey that I walked through the last couple of weeks is because from the EDA itself, some of the original research questions that I thought were novel, I ended up realizing they are not novel at all because basic data analysis that someone who is, let's say, even like what we require of undergraduate level candidates who are doing some project, they can actually be able to handle this. But then again, we want to be able to not ignore that, but build up this as a knowledge base. So I use these initial exploratory data analysis and the basic research questions that I had to iterate on what I had as my original research questions. And what that journey taught me is that we can actually use these AI tools as a partner in research, whether it's a junior research assistant or as a trusted expert who is, for example, a professor level or a senior researcher in a specific domain. And so my experience on that was, one, the tools are there to help us and to guide us, but we remain in charge. We remain as pilots steering the research conversation. Secondly, our research skills are still needed. What do I mean by that? To iterate, because in as much as I know, like even Najib was mentioning, some people trying to come up with some tool, an agent that can do almost end to end. Nothing can replace the creativity and the ingenuity of a researcher who knows what they're trying to do and who is engaging with it. And so my thoughts usually go like, look, the tool is there to help me go through data, be able to process lots of information in a faster way, but it should be there to enhance my skills, my skill level or my skill set. And so it's building up on the skills that I have, the skills that we have as researchers, and we use that to enhance the efficiency of our research output. The reason I'm saying that again is because at the end of it, there are some questions, because again, I was interacting with an agent that I look at as my research assistant, whether it's a junior or high level, right? And with this, I can actually, at some point, I was actually able to ask now to interact, help me with literature that has been done in this particular domain, other people who've done work in similar domains, both in the advanced high resource language context, basically the language, basically what you call the global north, and also in the global south where you have low resource. And the reason why, for me, that comes into mind, and this is based on my experience as a researcher, is that sometimes what doesn't work in the global north does not work, not because it's not good, but because maybe the context is too simplistic and or the other way around. And so this comes with the experience I have as a researcher, being able to use the tools that are there. And so the agent was able to give me lots of literature. Of course, by now we know, and I know they're still trying to fix this particular problem, there's still lots of hallucination that take place. So again, as a researcher, I needed to go back and look at, I think I asked for about 10 papers. And I sample like random sampling for those who have a bit of feel on statistics, like give me let me look into this particular, like 6 papers also that has selected for me, and randomly pick them, right? Out of the 10, pick 6. And then from there, go deeper into this, trying to see is what is the agent is telling me coherent in terms of, is this what the paper is all about? And so this is the bit that I was talking about, using these tools with skepticism, but also with optimism, in the sense that, look, I'm trusting it to help me speed up my process of literature review. And I noticed at the beginning, some of us mentioned that's one of the pain points. And I'm like, okay, let me pick a number of papers, because I was like, give me references and give me like a one-liner or two-liner in terms of what the research was all about and their findings. And as a researcher, the beauty is the more you do research, the more you're able to skim through papers very fast, looking at the abstract introduction towards the end and then the conclusion. Then you're like, wait, is this consistent with what the summary that I'm being given by the AI is? And what really came out of this is what would take me 3 months to iterate through so that I refine my research proposal with an outline. I was able to do it in actually, let's say, 1 week. And so from this journey, which I felt and I feel it's important for us as AI users to learn, even with the caveat of the things that Najib has mentioned, is that it's a co-pilot. Allow me to use that phrase, even if you to use other AI tools. It's a co-pilot. We researchers, we are the captain, we are the pilots. But let's listen, let's wisely, and with, I like this phrase, with a healthy dose of skepticism and optimism, use these tools to enhance our capabilities. And you will be amazed how much time we can save on this. Now, the next thing I need to mention is that it does not mean, and this is my strong belief, maybe I'm in denial, but I don't believe as researchers, domain experts, we are going to be replaced by the AI anytime soon. So what we do, let's take advantage of what it can help us to do and to accomplish. And we'll be able to do most of these things very fast and very efficiently. And so even as I now try, because now I'm in a place where I can switch, I'll let Najib go to the demo, and then I can maybe illustrate now a few things that I was able to do with this, maybe from Microsoft productivity tools after Najib is done with the presentation. So thank you so much for listening to me, and let's know we are the researchers, we have the brains, we have the experience, and let's use these tools to enhance our output. So thank you. Najib, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this is this 2 point you enunciated is really, really important because yesterday, day before yesterday, we had this 2-day workshop with faculty members across Africa. We did it on ethical and responsible use of generative AI in academic research and writing, and it was really an interesting thing. And you almost captured the takeaway from that presentation. Thank you so much, Samuel. So now we are going to, let me share my screen to do a little demo. Sorry, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Is it your CLI? So here is just a command line interface we are using. Are you seeing me writing Copilot, please? Okay, thank you. So this is just, I have a hypothetical, or I can say synthetic focus group discussion. And so I anonymize the data and I want to see what is going to happen. I will share the data. Okay. So now you can see what I did was I just go to command line interface and put copilots. So it is just waiting for me to put, I am pasting an anonymized focus group discussion. I had a focus group discussion. Let me bring the focus group discussion. Just give me a minute. This is a focus group discussion transcript. It is anonymized, and the topic is faculty experience with AI adoption in higher education. So these are 5 participants, P1 to P6, moderator M, and so okay. So now I paste the focus group discussion. Now let me, I have some prompts I want to use. Sorry, that is the challenge with working with one. Just give me a minute. Yeah, so let me take my first prompt. So in this prompt, I'm asking it based on the focus group. Based on the focus group, I want it to summarize. I want it to summarize the key issues discussed by the participant in 5 to 7 bullet points, and I want it to focus on substantive concern raised, not surface level description. So let's see what the CLI will do to us. So I'm asking it to give me, this is the transcript. You can see the transcript from the focus group discussion. And based on the focus group transcript about summarize the key issues discussed by participants in 5 to 7 bullet point focus on substantive concern raised, not surface level description. So these are the key issues raised by the focus group: stigma and identity threat, verification and hallucination risk, institutional policy. Now I'm moving a little and asking it now to perform a semantic analysis of this transcript for each meaningful segment of text, generate a descriptive code that is grounded in what participant actually said. So these are the descriptive code it is generating. So the next is just for it to cluster. I asked it to take the code they generated above and group them into overarching themes for each theme. I wanted to give it a clear descriptive name, list which code belongs to it, explain its reason for grouping them together, not any tension or overlaps between teams. M4 to 6 teams do not post codes into teams where they don't fit. So just a minute. So now you can see this is what it gives us. This is participant, this is the data segment, this is the code it generated for the focus group. Now we are asking it to generate overarching themes from this presentation. Let's see the themes that will come out from the focus group discussion. So now these are the themes that comes out from this focus group. Number one, identity, legitimacy, and the moral politics of AI use. These are called, and this is the reasoning behind, justification behind these codes. And the second one is epistemic reconciliation, verification, and critical trust. And here is its reasoning, theme 3, theme 4, theme 5, theme 6, the reasons. And for example, under this themes 5, after this theme, you can see it even add tension with theme 1. Here also, it added another tension with theme 4, and it comes and gives us an explanation on some of the outlier codes so that you can think as a co-pilot, as a driver, you can see for yourself. So now, given that we have themes, you are asking it to provide a code book so that so this is particularly for qualitative researchers. So it is now creating code book. While it is creating code book, let me bring another one. I want it to walk me through the analytical transparency. The analytical transparency. So you can see so this is the code book. Okay. Code book, faculty experience with AI adoption in higher education. This is the theme. This is the descriptions. This is the subcode. This is example codes, and this is the frequency in which the issue is coming out during the focus group discussion. So this is the code book, and this is not on the code book, frequency count and all other things we normally do. So here is I'm asking it to walk me through it analytical reasoning. What step did it take to move from raw data to SIMS for each steps? So here is analytical reasoning from raw data to SIMS, segmentation decisions, why this level of granularity, where I found segmentation difficult, code label choice, specific choice and alternative consideration, and where I chose my label. So and now logic of thematic grouping, it is stating the logic why it is having that logic. So number 7, I wanted to do critical interpretive system. Now I wanted to step back from the code and write a paragraph to critical interpretation of this focus group that goes beyond what participant explicitly said. Paragraph 1, what is the underlying narrative or tension that connects the different themes? 2, what assumptions, silence, or contradiction are present in the data that participants themselves may not have articulated? Paragraph 3, what does this data suggest about the broader institutional or cultural context these participants are operating in? For each paragraph, justify your interpretation by citing specific evidence from the transcript. So this is critical synthesis, and let's see what is going to happen. So now this is the justification for analytical reasoning for raw data system segmentation decision, where this level of granularity, code level choices, and the justification for that. And this is the general logic. This is logic of thematic grouping rationale for each theme. It takes each themes and provides justification, and there is a reflexive notes it provides. Here is it. So now I ask it to step back and provide this code. So this is critical interpretation. The underlying narrative legitimacy under scarcity, silences, assumptions, and contradictions, and broader context, post-colonial knowledge production in institutional precarity. So if I like, I will ask it to compile this and put it on, and I would like it to compile this as a report and give me a downloadable version on one document and open the whole thing so that it will open the things for me. So this is just one aspect of how we are using these tools. But like Sam mentioned, the ultimate gatekeeping lies with you. You are the subject matter expert, and you need to look through and go back to the main document and confirm to see that it hasn't bring in something outside the document, or it didn't create or complete your abuse or your understanding. Sam, you can take over.
Thank you. So I'm just now in a place where I can share my screen. So I'll just, the things I mentioned, now we have just share from the screen. So this is a set of questions that I talked about. I'll just quickly now illustrate how it's in the journey itself. And now I can even go to video because stay.
Sam, can you, Sam, your mic, please closer to your mic.
Okay, now?
A little.
It's better.
Yes.
I think that should be okay.
Yes.
I should. Perfect. So these are the original research questions I started with, right? I think in another forum, you can be walked in how to maybe develop a nice prompt that will help you get what you want very quickly. But anyway, so these are the 7 research questions that I had. And I'll just look at 2 because I want to illustrate how these whole problem transform within a couple of days. Right? So the first question was how often. So this, like I mentioned, this is data for farmers, right? And using a certain agent. So how often and why does the farmer chat, which is a tool that we're using, answer farmers' queries, right? And is it because the knowledge base is bad or because the AI is both bad and has poor knowledge base? And the last one, how does the model design impact how we interact with the AI? So from this particular case, like I mentioned, what I ended up doing was, let me do an exploratory data analysis. Now, we all know research is not for the faint-hearted. You can see I was able to generate 33 pages. Now, I did this iteratively. I was like, what of this relationship? And so in this particular case, I ended up having, so I even created an executive summary basis of this. It gives me a nice overview of the data. And again, these are things that from the beginning you request the tool to give you. Now, I'll still go back to some of the advisories I give, and allow me to use that phrase. Always verify some of these things whether they are true. Because again, it's a co-pilot, it can make mistakes, right? But anyway, it was able to give me this. I validated enough of these particular tools. It gave me the proportion of the genders with the split within the data set. And the reason why this is important is because we all know that sometimes gender plays a role in the use of AI tools and the way they use it. What do I mean by the way they use it? Because we are looking at text, video, and voice. It could be there's a relationship between certain gender and a certain modality, which is better. Maybe text, maybe voice, maybe image. And so from this, and then from there, I was actually able to ask for visualization, even the type of question they asked. And this is queries based on how they used it, so on the basis of text, on the basis of voice, like I talked about, and even on the basis of images. And from there, you can clearly tell that the text was the one with most activity, right? And then it gives me even visualization. And the beauty is, I'm able, and allow me to fast forward because I can set things up. I'm even able to get, because another question, because we're dealing with farmers, another question really pops up. There are times that people prefer to ask, and so I'm able to extract, again, a time series or daily time series of the usage, and then observe, and there are days, so they have days of the week. Can I do more granular? Because it's based on real data. Like, think of it the way you chat with your friends, right? Or the way you use WhatsApp. But there's a time I extracted my WhatsApp usage and I did a similar analysis. And so it would be a very interesting question to, even as you try these tools on the data that is in, of course, you have to ask ChatGPT to send the data. It takes about 3 days and it's a massive data set. Anyway, I digress. So you're able to zoom in on it. When do you use it? When do you use it? How do you use it? Right? And I was even able to extract. And now notice, we move from data that is text, like your WhatsApp chats. And from there now I'm able to transform my problem to a quantitative framework because that's my strength, that's my area. So I'm able to transform this now to sort of a time series data, just like you get time series data from stock data or whatever it is, right? And so I did all this, and this notice, I didn't ask you to do all these things now. It was an iterative process. I'm like, wait a minute. What is the relationship between how people use text messages and the hour of the day or the time of the week? I mean, or the day of the week. And I was actually able, and user I can tell you was very hilarious. People use voice a lot in the evenings and weekends. I was actually amazed by that. I don't know why. Maybe because they're tired of them, just too relaxed and don't want to type. See, some insights that you will not be able to get easily if you just had to do this by yourself coding up. But you can actually, with your tool, ask it to generate this. Now, I need to mention here, the way I wrote the prompt was I was able to create a Python code to be able to do all this. And the reason why for me work from that point of view because I need to be able to quantify and work with tools that are coding related because that's my background. I'm quantitative researcher. And at the end of it, I was able to extract all these insights. You can see it's a 33-page document. And then it even summarizes for me key findings. Now, why was this important? Because it takes me back to the original research question that I had. And then I asked myself, now with this input, so now getting back to the AI, with these tools, are there questions within my research that are answered already? And this now led me to what I'm calling from exploratory digital analysis now to research questions. So what did I do? I used the AI tool to do exploratory data analysis, revisit the research question, and reframe them in a way that is novel and that actually answers real questions that are quite not obvious, but they have some novelty in it. And so I was able now to move from the original research questions as well. So for example, I'll just look at this one. So revisiting the original research question. So the first one was how often and why does this tool answer? Why does it not answer farmers' query? In this question now we're able to reframe it. How often and why does this tool answer? Does it not answer farmer queries? And what we noticed is that from exploratory data analysis, we observe there's a failure rate that is low. And so the real story is hidden in the conversation threads. It's saying 52.4% of interactions are auto-turned, threads initiated after a failure. And these have a failure rate, right? And so therefore, I'm able now to rephrase the original question to, is voice thread depth a sign of engagement or a sign of struggle? And what fractions of multi-thread or multi-turn threads represent genuine follow-up, curiosity, or is it a question of you're rephrasing the question because the tool did? Can we be able to distinguish between satisfied continuation or frustrated entry? Right? And so this is just to illustrate that we can use these tools to move from the known to the help us iterate from initial rough draft or research problem to now being able to craft a proper research proposal. I have just forgotten to show this now. Allow me to do that. Sorry, Najib, I was supposed to hand it back to you. But I thought I need to show this. Based on the information that is available and from my research, I was EDA and the new research person that I created. I was able now to even come up with critical things. What do I start? How help me prioritize on the basis of what to be the challenge. And on the basis of that, then I was able now to create even a research plan of how do I progressively work on answering all these questions, but in a way that builds up to solving a bigger overall challenge, research challenge. I hope that makes sense to you. Because the tool has looked at the data, the complexity of the data, the challenges, the interconnection, because I need even correlation, dependency, structure analysis, and all. And then from there, it helped me now purposefully set up my research topic and my research objective in clear, achievable steps. And now from there, now I can start research as a researcher. So it saves me like 3 months of what you would do even when you're starting a certain research project, where you're doing all this exploring data analysis, iterating on the research questions, and being able to know when do you need to do what and what. And so we could also claim the AI helps me as much as I can't claim I'm an expert in project or program management or project management, to have a feel of what's doable, what's attainable. And it even gives me some targeted deadlines of when I should now forecast to have delivered a certain output by that deadline. Now, for those who are doing research and you're into publications, right, you can even ask it which conferences can I submit and what are the deadlines. And then it will help map out your work plan based on the deadlines and the deadlines of the journal submission. And so I wanted to just highlight that. Now, there's something that Najib asked me initially to showcase. So if you look at the bottom right, you can see this compiler thing. And I won't do it now because of time. Sorry about this, but this is what Najib also mentioned that exists in other productivity tools. And on this, I can ask it summarize for me this document. Oh, this I'm doing it intentionally with a typo. Summarize for this report. List the priority questions. So you don't have to wait for the output on this, and therefore it will actually be able to bring out for me that whole research life cycle. And then from there, we can be able to progress. And so this is how I sometimes is it like if I get a document that is at 30 minutes from partners you're working on, and even before I read it, the entire step by step, I'm like, give me a summary, right? And so it can actually say now it has done. So it gives me an executive summary and then some priority questions, right? That you can actually be able to do. Right? So Najib, over to you. Thank you so much for your attention.
I think we are fast the time with 9 minutes, so we are handing over to the organizers. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time for quick question and answer, but it is up to the organizers to decide. Thank you.
Good morning, Najib and everyone. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. And thank you for that insightful session. Myself, I've learned a lot. Thank you so much, Samuel and team. I don't know if we have some questions that are really burning. I think we can go ahead and take a few. We can do like 5 minutes. We can wrap up by 10:45 thereabout. So Najib, we can take some questions.
Sure.
Anyone who has a question, you can raise your hand or use the chat box.
Feel free to unmute and ask your question.
Thank you so much. Mine is just a comment. It might not be really a question, but through that comment, probably you can elaborate on it to give some answer. One, I want to appreciate so much for taking us through the process of using Copilot to be able to co-pilot with us as we pilot ourselves, they co-pilot with us, that is the AI. Now that we know co-pilot can be used in research, and you can do a very wonderful research that is deep thinking. It will bring you very perfect findings and results, and in the shortest time, and it will even jack your mind to be more critical about your research focus and so forth. One, I didn't really see how you prompted it to give you the ethical issues that it has safeguarded in that research. And number two, now that it has supported us, I'm putting myself in that shoe, it has supported me to write this research work. I want to pass it over to my supervisor. How can my supervisor use the same co-pilot to assess this work and give me the feedback? In that framework of being co-pilot. Over to you, Najib and Samuel.
Thank you for this. It is an indirect question and ability to understand the right way to do this ethically and responsibly. So I think the issue of ethics that we are working on when it comes to use of AI tools, I think number one, one of the things you will do, the first thing has to do with you controlling everything. So this is your original idea. You ask the tool to provide feedback, then you iterate and see this is what I really want. That is number one. Number two, you need to understand that anything to do with data, you need to anonymize that data. You don't need to put data with anything that has to do with personally identifiable information. Number two, number three is there is this transparency and accountability. Whenever you use AI in any research activity, there is a need for you to transparently put a note that in so-so step or in so-so phase and stage, I use AI to do that. And if that supervisor or whatever wanted to want you to give them exact prompt, you need to have it. So with this one, you transparently provide disclosure that you use AI in a specific stage to improve some specific thing or to do this. That transparency matters. Number two, if you can have the prompt to give to carry along, that would be good. Because on Saturday and Sunday, what we did was to ask the faculty members to go and work on different policy documents across different, like Nature, Taylor and Francis, COP, ICGME, with university. Like we have about 6 guidelines from publishers, from universities, as well as different journal editors conference. So they all have what they allow AI can be used for. What they allow AI can be used, but with disclosure. And they specifically mentioned this is something that is completely prohibited. For example, AI cannot be used as a co-author, but AI can be used to improve clarity, can improve grammar, can be used to brainstorm, to do all this kind of thing. And one of the things that there is a convergence across all the policies is disclosure. Somebody to be very, very transparent. So once you are transparent, then that is it. And one other top layer that comes here has to do with the policy within the environment you are an operator. Are there an existing policy that allow for the use of this tool? If there is no policy, is there an understanding between you and your supervisor saying, I am going to use AI as a co-pilot to help me with my research? Because even if I didn't use AI, other students, other organizations are using AI to bolster their work. And the product of this university will go out and compete with other products that they will be using in all this. And you can see, not even in research, using these tools becomes embedded in our daily life. When you work with Google Workspace, I happens to be a certified innovator in Google's Workspace tools. So you can understand, just like the way Microsoft embedded AI in its tools, you realize even Google's embedded AI in every workspace it has. When you are using social media, you realize all the social media tools also embedded this AI. So the future of work is, like, it will be difficult to say researchers cannot use this because of so, but they will be competing with other people. So I think that is really important to take away with. Samuel, thank you.
Just one additional thing maybe to add on top of it. And it's also times that we ethics, even as a supervisor, and let me even say as a faculty member, where yes, I've used the tool to help me, or let's say you've used the tool to, and it's expected to help you get your work better. Of course, the question is, do you even understand what you've done, right? And so I would say there needs to be ethical usage on both sides, the supervisors and also the researchers, in the sense that the tools are there to help us achieve more, right? But they're not there to replace us so that we set them on autopilot and we disappear. That means, and the reason why that is a big risk is because we also don't get to grow in our knowledge base. And bear in mind, as researchers, like I mentioned earlier, the use of AI, the effectiveness of how we use the AI is proportional to the knowledge skill that we have, because we are the researchers, we are the ones for the, we call it, we are the domain experts. And so as a researcher, before even handing this work to the supervisor. It's on us to ensure that we understand what it is. We understand with the copilot or with the AI what you've been able to do. Now, as a supervisor, on the other hand, looking at this also, because I also work in partnership with the university somewhere. It's okay, and I encourage my students to use AI even in their research. Now, consequently, even as I, let's say, do this assessment of the work that they've done, yes, I can use AI, but it's not to look for problems. It could be to look for problems, to look for weaknesses in the sense of big judgments on the model. So it's a question of trying to understand where has my researcher, what has my researcher done, what are the gaps and the weaknesses, because I don't look at it as a punitive exercise. You're a supervisor and assessing the work of the researcher, whether it's at the university level or at industry level. It's how more effectively can we use the tool itself, both to increase our knowledge base as a researchers, in this case, also as a research student, but also from an enterprise point of view, that this information or this research is useful. And so the ethical usage of it on both parties is critical. It's not that I let the AI use to assess the work that the researcher working under me has done, and that's it. No, that fits the purpose of my being there, because we are there to offer mentorship and guidance, right? And so I look at it from ethical usage on both the supervisors and the researchers in such a way that all of us, we enhance the quality of our work. We enhance the knowledge base that we possess as researchers, even also as supervisors. So that's the only thing we're talking about.
Thank you so much, Najib and Samuel, for your response. Any other question? I can see the chat box. Somebody is saying, sure, kindly join the WhatsApp group for the class. It seems like there's a WhatsApp group. If you could just share maybe a link so that the rest were not there to join you. Any other question before we end the session? Right. Once again,
Maybe just as a car forwarder, last week we were assured that we shall be onboarded on the LMS so that we can be able to follow up the content, the modules, asynchronously. What is the progress? Because even the slides of last week, we haven't received any material. Over to you, Lauren.
Oh, thank you so much. Lauren isn't here. She's in another meeting, but I'll check with her. Yeah, okay. I'll check. All right. Moses, you had something?
The appreciation is just extremely service planning sheet and just thanking someone and G. That's awesome. I hope you're open to having a conversation behind the change for my university. Thank you.
Not quite sure if the team had what Moses said. Moses, you're far from your microphone.
Yeah, I couldn't comprehend what he said.
Yeah.
Just a bit, let me turn off my YouTube.
Okay, what I said is I'm happy for what Najib and Samuel have done, and I'm hoping that they're open to a conversation about also doing the same for my university. That's Egerton University. I know here I'm at OUK. We come from different places. I hope they're open to also seeing the rest of us around. Thanks.
Happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay. I hope you've noted that, Najib and Samuel. Once again, thank you so much for taking your time to join this session. We are really glad to have these sessions. We will have another one on Thursday on AI agent. So looking forward to seeing all of you and even more people. So that's it from us. Unless maybe Najib and Samuel, you have a closing remark? Anything you want to say before we close? If not, then we can just leave the meeting.
Thank you. I only wish this is like a physical meeting so that we interact with people. I only shared ideas. I didn't know who and who are there just to shake hands. So this is one of the big limitation. But thank you.
Yeah.
From a set of things, just to encourage all of us to keep exploring, keep learning. For those who are just beginning, maybe this journey of working with their tools, we all start somewhere. Some people say concept by concept, precept upon precept, and let's build our skill sets one upon a gradually, and we will get there. So that's an encouragement. We all start somewhere. For us, who know the journey is still much more to go, and still much more to learn. So let's progressively go together and learn together. Yeah, let's face these things with healthy dose of skepticism and optimism. Let's take our research to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you, Michelle. I want to appreciate my colleagues who joined at least the session. I know we have other workshops which are running at the same time, but I want to appreciate. And before we leave, we have the registrar academic here and the DVC academic. So I would want to give the DVC to just make a comment and wrap it up for us. Then we can proceed we can leave the meeting. DVC? As she comes on board, there's a WhatsApp link I've shared. We at OUK, we have the link to the WhatsApp class so that we can monitor our attendance. Remember, we agreed that only those who will manage to attend at least the bigger portion, which is around 75% of the classes, will be able to finish up the program. So kindly, I would encourage you to attend. However much we are fixed up, just create time and also listen to the recordings. I'll get the recordings from the previous classes from Lauren, then I'll be able to share in the group. DVC, are you game or?
Yes, I have just 1
yes,
minute to
DVC.
speak because I was
Yes,
sharing
sure.
another meeting as I was also running through the class, but I've really enjoyed the class. Maybe I would like to say good morning to each one of us and would like to appreciate first the facilitators, very articulate in the way they are doing what they are doing, and quite a bit of learning. Of course, we have done these things with the AI tools we are able to use, but when we are able to learn one other new thing, and that's the essence of these classes, is very good. So I think from this class and then the recording we shall receive and the tasks that come, I'm very sure personally I should be able to do my research work a little better and see how I can integrate that into what I know to come up with a better work. And I'm very sure that is also what each one of us looks at this class from that perspective. So as we appreciate the coordinators, we also appreciate each one of us for creating time. Let us create that time, as Dan has said, and see how much we can get out of this, because it's a great and rare opportunity that we get scholarships to do such learning. So we are looking forward to, I was just talking with one of the class members, our class members whom I am with where I am, and we're hoping that the recordings would actually be shared and then further guidance given to us on exactly what we need to do. Otherwise, thank you so much. Looking forward to our next class on Thursday. Today is Tuesday. To our next class on Thursday. Yeah, on
Sure.
Thursday. But before then, we will have received the materials. It will be so good so that then we know exactly where we need to be moving to in terms of our assignment and tasks. That guidance would also be very good. Otherwise, thank you so much, colleagues, and have a great day ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good day. You can leave at your own pleasure.
Okay, bye.
Hello, Dr. Matundura. Hello.